WOPR NG Computer Build. My name is Sharon Moran. I'm a professor of computer science here at Dale Mabry campus and also the faculty advisor for the CyberHawks, the only computer science club, student club at HCC. And I'd like to introduce the builder for today, Nathan Frost.
Hey, I'm Nathan. I'll be doing the build today.
Go ahead, take it away.
All right. So welcome everybody. We've got a great PC to build today. First, we started out with the Leon Lee 011 Air chassis. Great chassis designed by the overclocker Der Bauer. I've never built in this before, but it should be fun. So let's start by getting our fans. We will be using the Leon Lee SL120 fans. These are cool because they snap together, which gets rid of a ton of the wires that you would normally use for RGB. That was scripted. So let's unbox these beautiful fans. They really do look pretty. These come with an not integrated, but they come with their own RGB controller. So let's see how everything goes together. We've got 4 fans that we will be using along with 3 that come in our Galahad AIO. And they snap together like this. Perfect. So now instead of having to fumble around with 3 fans, you hold the whole thing by 1 fan and they all stay together. And then you take this thing and terminate the very last one. Oh, this one. Like this. And there's your cables. 3 RGB fans, 2 cables. I call that a win. And now let's get this fan. Oh, right, I flipped the case over. Let's get this fan bracket out. And we will be doing 3 fans on the top with our screws. Love how everything comes in little tiny baggies. Fans just screw into the top. Let's see. Oh. Let's use the other holes. That way it fits better. Oh, no, I'm good. It is kind of hot in here, though. Might turn up the fan if nobody can hear it on the stream. Oh. No wonder. Yeah, it is Florida in the middle of the summer, so it does get pretty hot in here. And that's our top fans installed. Now for one fan on the back. Mounting holes. Those are intake. Let's make this one an exhaust. So it looks like these are a little bigger than 120 millimeter. We might not be able to fit one on the back. It's a 120 blade, but it looks like it's a little bigger on the housing so that it can snap together. Should I leave out the rear fan? All right. And let's throw it on the bottom. I'm going to turn this case to make it a little easier. And let's take this bottom bracket out. Lee's really great with buildability. They make it so easy to put parts in. They really put a lot of thought into their design, and that's what makes them a great company. Let's get this fan in. Oops, that was probably horrible for the mic. Sorry about that. So the cool thing about these fans, aside from the fact that they snap together, is that they have what is called addressable RGB, which means you can address each LED inside. I think each one has 5 or 6 on the top and bottom, and you get to choose exactly what color and what pattern they use using the Lian Li software. Let's see, now that we've got our fans in, let's start with the motherboard. We chose the Aorus X570 Master from Gigabyte. Oh, that's a heavy one. Didn't expect the motherboard box to be that heavy, but that means there's a lot of good stuff in here. Oh, came with Cryonaut from our previous builder. Some of these parts are used. Thank you to Sharon's nephew for providing that. Cool case badge. Nice metal, good quality. And what we're really interested in, this beautiful motherboard. Nicely packed. And that is quality. But before I take this out of the bag, I will put on the anti-static wrist strap. That way we don't break anything, although with the humidity as high as it is, our chances are pretty low, but good practices are there for a reason. There we go. So it looks like this motherboard comes with everything. We've got really nice thick steel backplate. We've got VRM heat sinks that actually work. Plenty of nice peels that we'll get to in a second. Active cooling on the chipset, and 3 M.2 slots, all complete with heat spreaders. This is a nice motherboard. So first, let's put in the CPU. Let's get everything in that we can before it goes inside the case. This is a Ryzen 9 5950X. Amazing CPU. And brand new in the box. Thank you, Kevin. This is awesome. Let's see, do we have anything to open this with? Here is our CPU. Now, Ryzen CPUs are PGA CPUs, so you have to be very careful with the pins. If you drop it, it's very hard to get them bent back right, but you can do it, so don't think that your CPU is just dead. It takes a lot of work though, and you really don't want to mess with that. So, we're going to be really careful with this. And I'm going to set the case down so we have some more room. Let's see, can the camera see this all right? I want to move it down a little bit. Oh, perfect. So, the way you install these CPUs is you lift this little arm up and open up your package, and you've got to find the arrow right here and match that up with the arrow on the CPU. That's pin 1. And you just drop it in. 0 insertion force means that you don't have to push. You shouldn't have to push. And if you do, then something's wrong. And you just close this, and you're done. Next, the thermal paste. Well, actually, let's get in the case before that. That's a little messy. Let's do the memory. More quality parts here, I gotta love it. Thank you, Kevin. This is 32 gigabytes of G.Skill Trident Z RGB memory. And if I remember right, these are also addressable. Beautiful sticks. Just show that to the camera. Just let me get that out of the picture. Yeah. Beautiful sticks. Make sure you don't touch these gold contacts. Gold doesn't rust or anything, but your finger oils can get on there and mess with the contact. And then you might have memory sticks that won't work. So always grab it by the heatsink or by these edges right here. And if the memory doesn't go in, just like this, with a satisfying snap, something's wrong. Double check you have it in the right orientation and try again. You just pull these tabs out. Line up your notch and push it in. And every time you should feel a very satisfying snap. And we have 4 memory sticks in here, which means that we get to use the dual channel feature of this motherboard, which means we will have faster speeds. And that's installed. Now let's do the M.2 hard drive. That was scripted. promise. Let's find a smaller screwdriver. M.2 drives usually have mini Phillips size 0. So you're going to want to make sure you have one of those screwdrivers before you start. And the cool thing about M.2 is that it uses the PCI Express bus. So you get the fastest speeds possible. And it goes right on your motherboard. So no clunky SATA hard drives to mess with. Do we have one of those? Do we have a SATA hard drive? Oh.
Right there. Right when you had this.
Oh. Wait, oh. I'm sorry, I was looking for a 3.5-inch drive. So these are the smaller SATA drives. And you can see they're still quite a lot larger, about the same size as our M.2 drive in the case. So this is much easier to install than this, and it looks prettier. And usually, when you're installing these, the preferred slot is closest to your CPU. You just line up the notches, make sure your screw is in the right place, which this one is not for our length. We need to move it one position over. So, take a pair of pliers and undo this. Or did our case come with? Oh no, it's in here. Should be more screws in here. We've got our I/O connector, some front panel wires. Oh, thank you. It is hot in here. So let's find our screws. This little guy right here is our M.2 screw. Thread this onto our motherboard like this. Plug in our M.2 drive and grab the Phillips screw. And plug that in. I'll screw it in. These can be a little tricky unless you have a magnetic screwdriver, just because they're so small. And that's our M.2 installed. And this motherboard comes with a heatsink, they call it. It's more of a heat spreader because it doesn't really have much surface area, but it does a really good job of keeping the temperature the same throughout the whole drive, which is nice. And it comes with a thermal pad on it that you have to peel off, or you peel the backing off so it'll stick. And it installs right over the M.2 hard drive. Alright, that looks like everything we can get in before we put this in the case. So, I'm going to throw this back in the anti-static bag. Make sure it stays safe while we work on the cooler. And our cooler, which is the Galahad 360. Another huge box. Beautiful cooler again. All of these parts are just amazing. This one also has addressable RGB. And enough power to keep our CPU cool under pretty much any condition. I'd say a cooler this size could probably also do the GPU if it was possible. Let's get these out of the way. And this comes with 3 fans as well. Not the SL120 fans, but still amazing quality. All of our mounting hardware. And the AIO itself. So normally, the best case scenario would be to have it mounted in this orientation. That way, your pump is below your radiator and no air can collect inside the pump. That would be bad because pumps don't like to be run dry. If you run your pump dry, it'll burn itself out because the water actually cools the pump itself and provides lubrication. What we are going to do is mount it in the upright orientation with the radiator at the front of the case. Alternatively, you can mount it like this. This is okay. But if you mount it in this orientation, it might look pretty, but you end up getting air collecting in here. It'll make noises, and the air will run itself into here where your pump is. This is also bad orientation because your pump is at the highest point of the loop, and their air will collect and stay there the whole time, and you probably won't get much water flow either. So let's grab our case again. And we want to mount the radiator right here at the front. Let's see where our brackets are for that. Is this the rear cover? This is the rear cover. Do we have the brackets? buy for our motherboard. There should have come with the case a bracket for our water cooling. Oh wait, is it this one? Will this install? No. So it looks like fan filter, panel. See, I did not get the, oh, this is for the fans. This is all I got for the case. Let's see, where did we put the case box? Oh, this one. This is all of our screws for the case. So there should be something in here. These are always messy. Vibration dampening pads, that's nice. All of our screws and a note from Lian Li. Oh, these are for the fans. Nothing for the case. See, this is the kind of stuff that you can't get with pre-recorded videos. This is the fun stuff that everyone tunes in for. Well, I guess let's talk a little bit more about the case, because I really do love this case. Always wanted to build in one. It's got 4 hard drive slots, 4 regular hard drives. Let's see how these come out. Secured by a thumb screw on the top and bottom. One right here. And one right here. If you were using a normal hard drive, you would put it in here. And this case was designed primarily because other cases at the time were bad at airflow. So they were the prettiest cases. They had tempered glass everywhere. But the thing is, tempered glass doesn't have any holes in it. You can't really push air through it. And it was a huge problem where people would have these beautiful cases that they loved, but they would see CPU temperatures that would max out at like 120 degrees. And the overclocker Der Bauer said, I can design something better. So we've got a really fat case here because people like to mount their GPUs vertically. So it would lay like this, which is pretty. You get to see all of the great work that they did on the shroud, but it puts it right up against the glass. This case moves the glass about 2 inches away from the GPU, so it eliminates that problem. What other cool things do I know about this case? Well, this is the airflow version. There was also the water cooling version, which was the same thing, but if I remember right, it came with a front panel that, instead of just being regular tempered glass, also had a distribution block in it, which was beautiful. And there should be a way for us to get our 360 AIO in the front here. If not, we might have to mount it on the top. Nothing in here. Okay, it might be possible that they designed it so that the AIO pulls in air from the top, because the front panel is solid. So let's see what they say. This has tons of magnetic dust filters, which is nice for cleaning. And it comes with a graphics card bracket so that your card doesn't sag if you have something like a nice 3060, 3070, 3090 from NVIDIA or Radeon 5000 series GPU, anything that's a little more than the typical GPU that comes in, say, a pre-built computer. Okay, yes, there are 3 places we can mount the water cooler. We can do the top, bottom, and front in a different orientation from normal. So normally, our AIO would go right here. But since this is a solid panel, we're going to remove this, and it's going to sit right in the front and display our fans that way. So let's take a look at how this goes together. Yes, the instructions really are wonderful. I mean, it's amazing what you can learn about something by reading what the manufacturer wants you to know. These panels come apart with 2 little clips on each one. Let's see. These are kind of close in here. Ah, there we go. That's one out. And 2. And that's our last panel out. We will put these to the side, just in case we ever need them again. And mounting the radiator. These are usually a bit of a challenge because you have to get the fans on before you can get the screws in. So let's see how well we can do this. Better. And it's always great to mock up what it's going to look like so you know how to run your cables. So, let's see, is my mic getting... That should be better. Okay, so we have our cable management grommets right here for our power supply. But since our motherboard's going to be right here, I think it's better to run the cables from this way. That way they come up and around, and they should look nice and pretty. Set all of our fans where we want them to be. And find our screws, which should be included with the AIO itself in this bag right here, which also includes a little tiny tube of thermal paste. We'll be using Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut, so we won't need this for now. But just so you know, you don't have to buy extra if you don't already have some. And this is what our mounting screws look like. They are really long, and they're only threaded at the very bottom, because they're supposed to pass through everything and then screw in at the very end. So, let's pick all of these out of here. And check on our length. Perfect. So let's get these screwed in. Grab a bigger screwdriver. And it usually takes a little bit to get these lined up right. So don't screw in everything all at once, or well, don't screw it in as you get to it. Make sure you get everything lined up first. And a tip, if you ever find that you have a problem with the screw cross-threading, turn it reverse before you install it. So take your screw, turn it counterclockwise until you feel a little click, and then screw it in all the way. That'll make sure that you don't get any threads messed up while you're installing things. Promise this was planned. To show you what you should do in this situation. Let's put these in first. And our fans are installed. Now that we've got these in here, we can put this in our case and install the whole thing. It might be nice. Get a little water because I am sweating a lot here. But before we go, these are the screws that you use on the other side. They're little tiny screws. They're about as long as the threaded end on the longer screws. And they go directly from the case to the radiator. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to turn the case for you to see this while also being able to screw them in. But this one's fairly simple. These are installed to push air towards the back panel where there are vents for it to escape. So we have a pretty neutral airflow. It might lean a little on the negative side just because of this fan down here. But for the most part, our plan is to have airflow from the top up here down, and then it'll get sucked in through here and out the back. That should provide plenty of cooling for our memory, VRMs, and adequate airflow to keep the graphics card happy too. And you might have a little trouble lining this up too, so don't screw everything in tight all the way. Wait until all of your screws are in. Make sure you got it all lined up and then tighten it up. And make sure, if you're using a water cooler, that you use the right screw length, because if you go too long, you can end up puncturing the radiator itself and causing a leak. And nobody wants leaks in their water cooling system. Alright, now that that's in, a word from our sponsors, HCC. back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. So we've got our fans in and our radiator. We're going to leave this, our pump and water block, for a little later. And turn this on its side. Now it's time for the power supply, because it's best to get everything routed before you get the motherboard in, so you can route things under it. We have the Corsair RM850X power supply, which is 80 plus gold rated. Another great power supply. Corsair and Seasonic are my two favorite brands, so I'm happy to see a nice modular supply from them. So let's get this box open. We have in our box an instruction manual, important information. Sure, we won't need that later. We have our wall cable, some zip ties, always a nice touch. A nice feeling nylon bag with all of our cables in it. We'll have to pick through those in a second. And our power supply itself. Doesn't look very big, but it's actually pretty hefty for its size, which means they probably put a lot of good quality components in there. So let's get this box out of the way. So this power supply is modular, which means it doesn't come with the cables on it. Instead, you get to choose which cables you want, and they plug in these slots, which are labeled, thank you Corsair again, for peripherals and SATA. We've got 24 pin for our motherboard, more peripherals and SATA, and our PCI Express power for our graphics card. And you want to make sure that you don't mix and match cables. So these Corsair cables will fit this Corsair power supply, even if they fit physically inside another power supply. Don't use them because the pins are different. Every manufacturer does it differently, and some manufacturers do it differently on a per model basis. So we won't need these SATA cables because we have our nice M.2 hard drive. Put these back. These are Molex cables. If we can get a good view of that. These are more for legacy devices, older hard drives, and sometimes fan controllers use them. Let's check our fan controller. It looks like this fan controller takes up one of our USB 2.0 headers, so we won't be needing any Molex today. So we can put this back. for PCI Express, these come with multiple 8-pin or 6 to 8-pin plugs. We won't be using this today because our graphics card does not require them, because we will be using this Quadro K2000. We only need one of these. We might put 2 in if we need the extra inputs, but this should be enough for us. All we really need is something to display our graphics, because we're using the Ryzen processor, which doesn't come with integrated graphics. So we can get those back in the bag. Some more PCI Express. And we are left with our motherboard, 24-pin header. We might need more of these later. And our CPU plug, because the CPU receives power independent of the rest of the motherboard so that it can have cleaner power. Because our overclocks and higher core count CPUs require a lot, not just more power, but they require higher quality power. So let's turn this on its side. And this is going to make me nervous. Let's see how this power supply installs. You want to make sure you've got the external end on the outside. You'll know it goes on the outside because you want this power plug so that you can plug in our power cable. And does it fit in here? Let's see, I'm going to need to turn this. Oh, we have to remove this panel, which is for mounting 3.5-inch hard drives, like the ones I showed earlier. Two screws on the top and 2 on the bottom. And once our power supply is in, we can replace this and we get a nice cable management hideaway right here. So let's put those screws somewhere safe. And get our power supply back in. And you've got to make sure our screws line up, which is a really nice thing about this case. A lot of cases don't have standard mounting screw holes, so you just have to pick 2 or pick 4 or pick 3 or something. But all of them line up on this one. let's take our screws, which come in here. Let's see. Those are too big. I will say Lianli could do a better job at labeling their screws. I've noticed in other cases I've built in, the screws come separated and labeled. So, should be the same as your motherboard screws. Let's see if these fit. Perfect. Let's see, can we get that on camera? There we go. Let's see, is that one in there? Ah, gotta push it a little bit. And one more screw. That one's the wrong threads. You do have to make sure that when you're putting these together, if it doesn't go in just as smooth as you think it should, that you try something else. Go. Get a different one for that screw too. Might be helpful to bring with you a magnetic bowl, when you're building computers. That might be a nice thing to pick up. I think they have them for free at Harbor Freight. There we go. Of course, third time's the charm. Get it eventually. Alright, now that that's in, we have our cables. And this is why I love modular power supplies, because instead of having a huge mess of cables bundled up right here, we can take these, and this is all we need. So, undo these, and I like to save them for cable management later, the little twist ties that come with it, just in case you run out of zip ties. And we take a look at this end, which goes to the power supply itself. Look on your power supply. Wow, this is a lot of room. I don't think I've ever built in a case where the power supply has this much room to plug stuff in. And with power supplies, sometimes you have to make sure that the fan is in the right direction depending on what you want. So for this build, we have a flat panel right here on the back of our power supply. If we put the fan facing this direction, it won't be able to take in any air, and your power supply might run hotter than it should. So instead, we put our power supply with the fan facing outward. That way it takes in air from the vented side panel. It does mean you'll have to clean it. The side panel might get a little dusty, but it's a lot better than having a permanent restriction. So, take your cables, find the place where the label matches up, and another good job, Corsair. They made it so that your cables can only go in one way. Got the 24 pin in, and the CPU power. And now we can route these. But to do that, let's take a look at our motherboard. So we know our motherboard is going to be facing this way, like this. So let's take it out of the bag, make sure anti-static strip is plugged in. And take a look at where our headers are. This right here is the 24 pin. And the CPU is right up here. This one has 2 for the CPU. I think we might need that other power supply cable because we put a very power-hungry CPU in here. So we need to make sure that it has all of the power it needs. For most CPUs like 4-core and 6-core CPUs, you're okay with using only one connector. But for this one, this is, I think, 8-core, 16-thread, or more than that. So we need an extra cable. And we see that our power supply has a second plug just in case, because they knew we were going to buy really nice parts. And we can route all of these before we even get our motherboard in. We'll put the 24 pin in our middle grommet and the 2 double 4-pin or 8 pins in the top grommet. Press everything in. Of course, that's not our permanent solution, but keeps it looking nice while we work on it. And I've just noticed there's another better grommet, which often happens in cable management. If we can see this. There is a grommet right here. Let's see. I promise I can get the right orientation. Right here. That would be perfect for our 8-pin CPU power. So I'm going to switch the CPU cables over to that one. And that's a lot of cable management is route it once, find out there's a better way, and route it the better way. And now that we have all those in, we are ready for our motherboard. Beautiful. All put together, so we don't have to put anything in here except for our cooler once we get it in. And before we put our cooler on, we're going to need the mounting bracket. If it uses a different mounting bracket. So let's take a look at our... Do we have the instructions for the cooler? Sometimes... Oh. Oh. Yes. This is the Ryzen 9 5950X. Which I am kind of jealous of because we could only get a 5850. Again, thank you, Kevin. I don't know how you were able to pick this up, but it's beautiful. I love it. Now, sometimes all-in-one water coolers will give you a bracket that will fit to the stock mounts. And sometimes you have to replace them. More often than not, the Intel ones will need to be replaced, and the AMD ones can be reused. We just need to make sure for this particular model that the AMD ones can be safely reused. All right. So this comes with, oh, that's the motherboard. This is our case manual. All right, well, these might be marked, AMD. So this is our AMD mounting bracket, which means we will have to replace the stock bracket. And to do that, we remove these 4 screws on our motherboard, and then everything should pop out. And we want to save these just in case we ever decide to change coolers or maybe move on to a different cooler that requires the stock brackets. So we'll set those aside. And our back plate comes right off. Notice how it's insulated with plastic right here. And we put our new bracket on. See if we can get the holes to line up. And they do. So let's find our screws. Oh yeah, I hope there are no super chats here because I haven't been reading them. I'm sorry, everyone. Send super chats, please. So we've got our bag labeled LGA 2011. These are for Intel, so we won't be needing them. And we have our unlabeled bag. Of course, AMD never gets labels because everyone uses AMD. And our bag comes with some spring screws, which are going to go on the top, some clips, and some spacers, along with our mounting screws that go on the bottom. And the way this should go together take the flat side of the bracket, put it on the back of your motherboard. The easiest way is to get one screw started first, that way you can kind of pivot it as you need. Then your spacer goes on. And that helps not only keep it at the right spacing, but now you can let go of it, and that screw's holding in your back plate. Makes it so much easier to install. Let's see, 2, 4. Looks like I forgot a washer. So because they don't have the insulation on here, even though it's painted, it could get scratched and then start to conduct. We don't want that to happen. So they have included spacers for us. These are little tiny plastic washers that go on, and they just make sure that this metal never comes into contact with your motherboard. They also make it much easier to install this by holding our screws in again. See, real men don't need instruction manuals. We just have leftover parts. I'm telling you, we've improved the design here. Yes, I have improved the design very much by putting it in the wrong hole. I promise I'm a professional, guys. I promise. You do have to watch out for the double spacing on AMD motherboards. Some of them have the old AM3 spacing, and others have the new AM4 spacing, like this one. So now that we've got our back panel installed, we can put our spacers on. And if you were wondering what these little clips I mentioned before are for, sometimes your motherboard will have the old style mounting clips where there are 2 spaces for a clip on here, and you're supposed to take a screwdriver and open up one of the clips so that it pops over a little plastic piece. I don't like those because if you slip up, your screwdriver goes through the motherboard and you just ruined a perfectly good motherboard. So I opted not to use these. Now let's do a test fit. Of course, you want to remove the little plastic tab on your cooler because that will stop all thermal transfer and your computer will overheat even if you put thermal compound on it. But for now, I'm going to leave it on because we're just doing a test fit. So let's set our motherboard in. Wow, that's a stretch. Okay. We need the AMD brackets for our cooler as well. Should be here somewhere. Let's see. Where is our bracket? This one is for the old AM3 style mounting system. And this one pops off. This one's for Intel. So our spacing is off on these. Which means we need another bracket for AM4. Of course, organization is key, and I always forget that step. Let's see, do we have our cooler box? Manufacturers do always like to hide brackets in places that you never check, so never throw away your boxes until you're 100% sure that you're done. see, it's got to be here somewhere. Do we have that manual? Of course. You always break down and read the manual eventually. Oh, I see. So, this is not only the AM3 bracket, but also the AM4 bracket. It installs with the screw hole, or the lifted up part on the top. And pushes in just like that. And then there will be metal plates that run across here. Oh, do I actually have to use the old style? That's weird. They include a new style AMD mount back plane, but not the mount for it. That must be a separate add-on that you can buy. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to go back to the stock mounting system, which is why it's always great to save that in case you find that you need it later on. I will say it is actually a nice and simple mounting system. Your plate goes on. Of course, if you were doing this and you didn't remove the stock system, you wouldn't have to replace anything. Set your motherboard down on something where you can lean that back shell up against the board itself. Replace your stock mounts. And instead of using screws, we are going to use the clips that I am not too fond of, but they have an interesting method for mounting them on this one. Yeah.
No plastic cover on the AIO key block, right? Are manufacturers still doing that?
Yes, they do. That's to keep you from getting fingerprints or any kind of material that would cause corrosion on here, so that it's nice, clean copper when you made it to the CPU heatsink, and you get better conductivity. But you do have to remember to take them off Otherwise, you will run into issues where your computer will overheat with a 360 millimeter AIO just at idle, not really doing anything. So you want to make sure, take that off, or you'll have to take everything apart later on. Now let's see, where did I put those other brackets? Where did you go? All right, well, before we get to that, we need to move our AIO up a tiny bit. Because it wasn't reaching quite as far as we needed it to. And there's one more spot of space for us to move up. So let's loosen all of our screws. But don't take them out all the way yet. So we might not need to. Push this up. And then tighten them. And let's see if that gives us enough room. Might want to bring it up to the next slot up, which means we will be removing these completely. One side out. And the next side. more screw left. There we go. Let's move this one up to the top slot so we have plenty of room. And if I remember right, they have all of this adjustment in case you want to do an inverted layout, which is where you put the motherboard upside down and it shifts things down a little bit, and it's also a more unique orientation for your build if you got tired of building PCs the right way up. Might want to switch it up and give that a try. And our AIO is in the top slot. And look at that. So much less stressed. Better for our tubes, better for our system. So let's rotate this back the right way. Yeah. Oh, this is our AIO pump and water block. So this is the part that attaches directly to our CPU and provides all of the cooling. Yep, and this part moves the water around so that you get an even temperature and you can disperse the heat through these fans and the radiator. This is a heavy computer. All right, let's get our motherboard back in. Making sure not to handle it by the memory slots. Don't want to pick it up here or here on the I/O or anything. You want to make sure you grab it by the sides, because that way you're not going to rip components off, you're not going to put too much stress on the slots. And let's do another test fit like this. Perfect. Now we just need to find those bolts, those clips. Oh, no, they have threaded rods on the end, so they thread into here. It's the leaning tower of side panels. I know. That's why I set them on here. Because I knew there was a chance we'd need them again. But black on black is not good for my eye. Ah, there we go. These little guys, if we can show that to the camera. These are what you're going to need. And this hole right here is going to go on the plastic clips. So you're supposed to take it and put them first inside your mounting bracket. Then you move the cooler on top of the CPU like this. And then you kind of wiggle it into place. Like this. Just like that. So now that we know everything fits together, we can remove this. Hope this is a satisfying peel. Oh yeah. That's a good one. Discard that. And use our Thermal Grizzly. I hope we can get them to sponsor us. Please sponsor us. Give us money. Cry or not. At least send us some thermal paste, please. We're a poor college. We need money. And the Cryonaut comes with instructions. Thankfully, thermal paste application is the same regardless of what paste you use, as long as you use paste and not liquid metal. So they do make liquid metal pastes, which are a Gallenstein alloy, and it's liquid at room temperature, which is really cool to play with. If you're older, you might remember playing with mercury in a little plastic tin or a little plastic jar. You can do the same thing, except this doesn't give you cancer. But its real application is transferring heat very efficiently. This stuff is not quite on the same level as liquid metal, but it does an excellent job and it's not it's not electrically conductive, so if we get it on stuff, it won't really hurt anything. So you just undo the plastic on here. Might need clippers for that, or a knife. And you don't have to use the whole thing. It's not like they give you this and you are required to use all of the paste inside here. This could be 4 or 5 applications maybe, depending on the size of your CPU. Personally, I go with a dot the size of a pea or possibly a large grain of rice when I'm applying thermal paste. And since we know that Ryzen dies are actually spaced in an X pattern, for this CPU in particular, we can put an X pattern on our CPU. Is there any way we can get this on the camera? All right. So you want to use smaller dots if you're doing this in this pattern. Put a dot in the center and a dot on each corner. You really don't need much. And then I do a couple more for good coverage. Some people might say that's too much, but if you look, this all adds up to about the size of a pea, which is what you want. If you want, you can even, do we have sacrificial piece of plastic? Some people prefer to take their finger and spread it. I don't, because it makes a huge mess. But that's the old school. Yeah, so back in the day, coolers didn't really have the mounting pressure that they have now. Back then it was a little tiny clip that would hold on the heatsink, and that's about it. If you jiggled it with your hand, it would move. These are a lot higher pressure. You can torque them down a lot, although you don't want to be wrenching on it with your screwdriver or anything, but the pressure itself will spread out all of your thermal paste. And so you don't need to spread it yourself anymore. So let's take these back. And install our cooler for real. Jiggle everything to get it to fit right. Grab the screws they provided. These screws with the springs on them. And tighten them hand tight. Might be a little hard because of the springs on there. You're gonna need some pressure. And if you have to remove your cooler, don't worry too much about it. The thermal paste is reusable up until the point it cures, and that happens with usage cycles. So turning your computer on, using it, turning it off. So we're good. Okay. And there is one screw, hand tight, and one more. And you can start screwing these down. On other coolers, like maybe if you're building an Intel system and you have 4 screws instead, you're going to have to use a tightening pattern. And for a square, that's fairly easy. You just one corner, opposite corner, next corner, and the opposite again. That way you don't apply any unnecessary stress to your CPU. And before we get this motherboard in all the way and screw it in, let's start plugging things in. We have our CPU. Oh wait, is that a fan header they snuck in there just for me? Look at that. So we will use that fan header for our integrated fan controller. Oh wait, it plugs in with USB 2.0, so we won't need that fan header. All of the control will be done through the USB header. So let's find our USB 2.0 header right here in the corner and plug this in. And it only goes in one way because there's a pin blocked off. So you match that pin up with the pin that's missing on the motherboard, and everything fits together. Put that on the other side to make it look a little prettier. And continue routing these fans. Since they go to the fan controller, we will put them through this grommet. take our CPU fan, or our CPU power, plug those in. Those also only go in one way. Replace this that fell out. And plug in our 24-pin power. This guy right here. I know some of you may have heard that new standard EPS 12 volt that's supposed to replace this. It's not going away anytime soon for us. That's only for people who are building systems for offices and mainly for system integrators like Dell, HP. So this is going to stay with us for quite a long time. No need to feel like you have to wait for a new standard to buy your power supply. These also go in one way, which is a very good design trend that's happened in the PC building manufacturing section, because there was a time when things would go in any way you want to plug them, but they would only work one way. Let's make sure these are centered on our mounting standoffs. Perfect. I do know that some cases will put a special standoff that's not actually a screw right in the center of the board. That way it holds the motherboard in if you, say, want to build it standing up for a little easier access. And now, let's see if these are the right screws. And we can start bolting this thing in. And if it doesn't go in just that easy, then you might need to find a different screw. Or sometimes reposition the motherboard a little bit. They do make the same screw with different threads, so you have to be careful about that. Usually there are different threads but the same size and the same look for hard drive screws. So you've got to make sure you get the correct ones. There we go. And there should be 12 screws for an ATX motherboard like this. I think this isn't eATX, is it? Shouldn't be. If we still have the box, I could check, but this looks pretty normal ATX sized. Wrong type. There we go. Ooh, awesome. Oh, yeah, is that eATX or just ATX? And by the way, eATX is not a real standard. So it's something that motherboard manufacturers came up with for their higher end, ultra overclocking ready motherboards because they needed more space. But the dimensions are not actually standard. So you have to make sure if you do buy an eATX motherboard that you choose the one that fits in your eATX case. Okay, this one is just plain old ATX. So 12 screws for ATX. And the last one's a little tricky, but we can get it. And now our motherboard is securely in. Our water cooler is in and mounted. Our power cables are in. And the last thing left is to cable manage and hook up our fans. Shove all these in the back. Okay. Plug in our CPU pump where there is a header. There should be a CPU pump header somewhere on this motherboard. Usually they put them right next to the CPU. Ah, there it is. Let's see how we can make this look pretty. Wrap it around. Give it a twirl. And that should stay in there nicely. And this cable right here is for our RGB. Let's see, let's route that one right through here. Nah. Might want to use that one day. Let's wrap this around and put it through this grommet. Okay, graphics card time. For the graphics card, you always want to use the top slot first, because that's the slot that has the most PCI Express lanes. Usually what they do is, if your motherboard has them, or has enough lanes, 16 on the top slot, and then 8 and 8 on the bottom slots. So the more lanes we have, the more bandwidth we have, and the less our GPU will be choked by the bus itself. Although a card like this, or any other graphics card made today, won't really have enough bandwidth to saturate the PCI Express bus, but we want to give everything the best chance it has at performing as well as it can. So we're going to use the top slot. So usually the top slot requires the second from the top bracket to be removed. So let's try that one first. Remember where I put that, chat? I'm going to lose it later. Insert our graphics card. It won't snap in quite like memory, but it'll be firm. And that's all we need for this graphics card. Unfortunately, actually, do we have the other ones? The other graphics cards over there? Do any of those have a faceplate? Let me see, does this faceplate fit on that one? No. Alright, I'm going to use this one and hope Windows 10 will have driver support for it. Actually, fun fact, they discontinued Kepler. So there is no longer new driver support for any cards made with the Kepler architecture. You can tell those are, I think, NVIDIA 600 series and any Quadro K series. So let's put this one in. Same way, be gentle, but also firm. Looks like this faceplate is too large. Alright, we're running without a faceplate. So back in with the old GPU. Make sure this little locking tab is down when you try to remove it and insert it. And it should push itself back up once you push the card in. And that is everything for our I/O. We should have just our case headers left. Right here for our front panel. This is a closed loop liquid cooler, so CLC or closed loop, because we like to have, well, we would prefer not to require maintenance, and open loops, unfortunately, require you to drain the loop every once in a while so that things don't start growing in it. They do tend to perform better a little bit, and it's nice to be able to customize things the way you like it and run your loops in fancy configurations. Yes, Professor Moran forgets to change the coolant every once in a while, and that can cause things to grow inside the loop and it'll get all nasty. And so we decided to go with closed loop. Now, let's see, what kind of I/O does this have at the front? You've got two USB 3s and one USB Type-C. That's nice. A lot of cases don't come with USB Type-C. And actually, the header for it is not standard. But high-end motherboards usually have any and all styles that you might need. Let's make that look better. Route this through the bottom and up instead. Perfect. Just like that. And then what else do we have in here? See, this is the fun part where you get to start playing with all the wires. Here is our USB-C plug. And fortunately, we do have one of those on our motherboard. So let's route this through the middle grommet. And our front panel audio, this guy, it'll say HD audio on it. Most people don't like to use the front panel audio because there's a really long wire here that can introduce distortion to whatever you're listening to. Nowadays, I find that they're a lot better than they used to be. And even if we don't use it, it's nice to have just in case we ever want it. And our audio header is right down here. So they include, oh, how nice. It comes with SATA cables. That's good job, Liam Lee. Yeah, their hard drive cages come with cables. That's awesome. That's so cool. So we'll have to find somewhere to bundle these up because we will be installing the SATA hard drive next time. And that way we can get more of them and do RAID 0 because RAID 0 is the fastest RAID. Oh, 1+0. So we're going to be doing striping and mirroring. So we're going to show you everything. Find out next time on it's such a long day, but I love it. So, front panel, power, and LEDs. For this, normally you would have to look up in your motherboard manual what goes where. But I know I spied something, might have left it in the motherboard box. Ah, right here. Gigabyte was kind enough to include this little block. And I really do love these. I'm so glad I get to use this time. Where you plug everything in, and then it goes to your motherboard. So you take all of your front panel connectors, and you match up their functions with what's on here. They have little labels. So reset switch goes into reset. Power LED has plus and minus. Don't worry if you get it wrong. They're just LEDs. They won't conduct in both directions. So if you get it wrong, all you have to do is flip it over and everything will be fine. But they are labeled positive and negative on here. Another nice touch. We have the hard drive LED. Which goes on here. And then our power switch, which goes back here. Everything's in. Let's see where our header is. Looks like it's down on the bottom corner, so let's route this down through the bottom grommet. Making sure we don't get it crossed in with any of the other cables and tangled up. And I will leave the fans to finish in a second. This is more USB. Yeah, I'll flip it over in a second once I get these routed through. get this on its back. Let's see, can everyone see that? Now that we've got room to show everybody. They are the same type as the hot swappable drive bays, but hot swappable SATA is a server feature that is not included in these motherboards. So it is the same style. It makes for very easy installation, but don't try and unplug them while the computer's running, please. So we've got our HD audio. And some USB 3.0. Another USB 3.0. And our front panel I/O. Right here at the bottom. And another thank you. This only plugs in one way. I do love when motherboard makers do this. And then at the end, we can pull everything so that the loops look nice and pretty. And we've got our USB Type-C over here on this middle grommet. The cool thing about Type-C is that it doesn't care which way you plug it in, because it was designed to be completely reversible. And that's all of our, let's say, normal connections. Now we've got to do our fans and fan controller, which is a first for me. So let's see what we're working with. This fan controller has Lian Li's proprietary 3-pin fan connections. And from the research I've done, it only works with these with the SL120 fans. So we will have to find somewhere else to plug in our other fans. But I have heard that the software doesn't like it when you plug in multiple different types of fan on here. So we will stick with this one connection for the top and another connection on the bottom. these in the back. And let's see where we can get our fan controller so that it works with these lights. All right. Have to find a place to put that in. And see what we can do for our other fans. Turn it back over. And look for your fan headers. This one has plenty of them. I see at least 5 right now. And it looks like there are 3 of them in the perfect orientation for these 3 front fans. There's one. And then we can, let's make that prettier. Go into the first grommet, out the middle one. That way we can hide all of our cables in the back panel where no one will ever see them. And I like to put them in order on the motherboard, just like they are physically. You don't have to, but it makes it a lot easier later on in the software when you go and start setting your fan curves and trying to identify which fan has what function. So since we have 3 right on top of each other, I like to go with top fan on the top, middle fan in the middle, and bottom fan on the bottom. And we're going to do the same trick on the bottom fan as we did on the top one. Route it under and through. No, these are going into the fan headers on the motherboard because the fan controller is for these fans, the addressable SL120s. I've heard that the software doesn't like it when you connect the SL120s and the normal fans together. So I'm going to try and control them with the motherboard instead. Oh. And I found a better spot for our CPU pump, if we can reach it. Let's route this under our graphics card and right into the sysfan pump header. That way, our motherboard won't freak out when it realizes there's no fan and that we have a pump instead. And we have our RGB cables. Let's get this one untangled. Now let's see. If our motherboard has room to control these. If not, we might have to just plug it into the RGB controller and see how it goes. You do have to be sure about what kind of RGB you're using. They have 12 volt and 5 volt RGB. One of them has 4 pins, that's the 12 volt. The other one has 3 pins, which is the 5 volt. That's what these fans are, so I'm going to use the 3-pin header to plug these in. And it looks like we don't have enough headers on the motherboard for this. So I'm going to see how it goes if we plug these directly into the fan controller. Oh, yeah, let's see what the chat says. I wonder if it doesn't support the ALED, but could support... Sorry, my eyes are a little... They really do. They are beautiful fans. So... let's find all of our cables. And see if these fit in our Lian Li fan controller. They do not. how are we going to control all these? Let's see. We've got 3. Let's see if they included any. They've got an extender. Splitter would be perfect. Hold on. Is this a splitter? Oh, are we this lucky? Let's see. Is this for RGB though? Let's see, we got 3-pin, 3-pin. Don't think that's the right one. This is 12-volt RGB. This is for 5-volt. So we have an extender here. That plugs in. Oh, we have more cables. Oh, Lian Li's case integrated fan controller. Which plugs in. Aw. We need SATA. So this controller is a great example of something that's not a hard drive, but still runs on SATA power. So make sure you save those cables, because you might need them for something like this, even if you're using an M.2 hard drive. Thank you. And SATA cables in modular power supplies usually come in these daisy chain 3s. Don't worry about the unused ones. You can use those later, or if you don't need them at all, we can just ignore them. So, SATA only goes in one way. There's a little, not sure if you can make it out on the camera, but there's an L shape to it. Make sure that the L fits in right. And then it will push in nice and snug. And then this end goes to our power supply. Under the peripheral and SATA section. Might be a bit of a stretch for me to reach at that angle. That's better. There we go. And now we have our fan controller. Let's see what toys they gave us for it. We have some splitters, but so far nothing that plugs straight in. Oh wait. Nope. Ah. There it is. Tiny. But that's what's going to plug into our fan controller. And that gives us two different types of 3-pin for the RGB. This is the one that we're using. It has the little split pin on it. So there's 4 pins, but 1 missing. And we should be able to find a splitter for that one. Right here. And now we've got enough RGB for all of our fans. All the RGBs. Now, are these wires still back here? They are, yes. Plug in your RGB. And as you can see, RGB makes for quite the mess of cables. I call this my patented easy swap. Definitely didn't steal that from anywhere. And, ooh, that SATA clip's not very good. Let's start cleaning this up. Since we've got everything plugged in. Oh, want to make sure it works. All right. Where do we have our power strip? Oh, down here. Of course, this comes off. It's actually held on there magnetically in case you want to replace it, which is nice. Oh yeah, that should be fine. Now, we don't have a monitor for this, do we? Yeah, DVI or DisplayPort, either one. I do not. Oh, yeah, let's move some of this stuff around. Thank you. And moment of truth. Let's see, where's the power button on this thing? Hey, do you want to do the peel for the front panel?
No, go ahead.
All right, everyone. Another satisfying peel. Let's make sure the camera gets this. Oh, yeah. Look, and I don't even get to look directly at it. I'm watching it with Ustream. All right, now which one of these is our power button? This guy. Make sure your power supply is turned on. And ooh, look at that. So there is our RGB. Are these top fans doing anything? Let's take a look at those. So let's power off the system. Take a look at our fan controller. Looks like one of these wires came unplugged. So plug that back in. And make sure our controller is plugged in, which it is. And let's see some more pretty lights. Still not doing anything? I wonder if we need the software for these. Let's take a look at brightness. Oh, that's an awesome feature too. They got on the back panel, they have a clear CMOS button and a Q Flash Plus button, which is for flashing your BIOS and clearing your settings, and they have a power button on here, so you don't have to jumper the pins. If you haven't connected your front panel stuff yet, you can actually test your motherboard using the button on there. So let's see what's going on with these guys. Yeah, here we can move this. Thank you. Yeah, so stream, so chat can see it. Let's see. Is this long enough? We might need a longer power strip. Yeah. All right. Here at HCC, we're completely above daisy chaining and would never recommend this. See, we don't daisy chain here. We're not doing anything suspicious. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. plug in our DVI. So let's see if it posts. Oh, actually I might need a keyboard to post. Some systems do. And for our keyboard, we have this beautiful Corsair K60 RGB. With Cherry MX keyboard, or keys. Feels like they are clears, maybe? All right. Got our keyboard in. Now let's see if it posts. Come on. These work. Hey, there we go. Mesh. Oh, deletes in a weird spot here. All right, one more try. And we have BIOS. It's telling us that the CMOS was cleared. That's because this is the first time we've booted this motherboard ever. So it's letting us know that defaults are all set up. And now, guess we can start cable managing, right? Awesome. So let's turn this off. Move this out of the way and make it look pretty. And I'm going to trip on that if we leave it plugged in. This keyboard over. And back to our beautiful nest where we will make our home. We've got our drive bays. I think we can shove that right in there. And this is where all of the twist ties that you saved come in really handy. Because if we were to use a zip tie here, we would have to cut it next time we wanted to use these. And now those cables are hidden away. We've got one more. Hide that one away with all the others. And after we finish this up, we will end it for today, and we'll be back in an indeterminate amount of time, probably 2 weeks, for the RAID and BIOS setup. These are all going right. Got these cables that will be going down like this. You always want to make sure you've got plenty of room to prevent stress on your cables when you're cable managing. Don't pull them extremely tight. You also don't want to leave them so loose that they can flop around everywhere.
Kevin, you mentioned, are there any plans to move to a 300 plus millimeter GPU?
I'm not entirely sure. I think the point of this computer is more for rendering videos for classes and doing intensive CPU workloads. I know GPU rendering is a thing, but from what I've read, if you're using Adobe Premiere, it doesn't matter what GPU you have, as long as you have a GPU, it will all perform exactly the same. And that's just Premiere being Premiere.
Is it the same with 3D rendering software?
Oh, no.
It's very different.
Yeah, not at all. Any kind of 3D rendering software will require a very good GPU, and at that point, it's worth, depending on how much money you plan on making with your computer, you might consider a Quadro for the extra driver support. Alright, let's tuck these wires in. Grab another zip tie. And I'm sorry you guys don't get to see this from the top view, but we will have top views eventually. We are working on that. But in a second, I can show you guys what it looks like at the very end. So let's grab our clippers. Get these wires in the bundle as well. And a lot of times with RGB cables, you run into this where it is a lot of cable. That's because they want you to be able to put everything anywhere you want and still have power and data for it. So I like to tie them up in little bundles. And leave the controller out by itself a little bit so you can get to it. Bundle up this. Using our Velcro zip ties, well, Velcro cable ties. Always nice to have, and great if you plan on changing anything. If you've got anything temporary, or while you're doing cable management, if you're not sure about a run or something, throw on one of the Velcro ties and you can change it without snipping anything. Hide these under the bottom of your power supply. And snip all of the zip ties you used. Don't forget this step because it will make your computer look so much cleaner at the end. If you snip the ends off of your zip tie. Perfect. And one more run to secure. Wonder if these fit. So, Leon Lee gave us very generously some cable management tie-down points for our power wires and such. I think they were more meant for zip ties because our cable ties are a little long. And these are a little fat. Do we have any more zip ties? Just 2 more. Oh, you know what? I'll use these twist ties. Alright. And after that, well, I'll give you a preview of what it's going to look like. So, we're going to mount our fan controller somewhere. And then these are going to run along like this. And this wire come up to the top. And everything should come together nicely. And then for the front, nice and clean. Oh, one more. We had one try and hide from me, which is all we need. Okay. And our fan controller can go right in here. Like this. And now let's close up the computer. Oh, side panels are over there. Remember this? Our cable hideaway. Goes right in here. Just like that. We have our dust cover that goes on the bottom. Goes from the other side. We'll be using these. Our cool magnetic dust filter. It is kind of weird doing this upside down though. Our rear panel. front panel. This beautiful glass. Oh, we gotta peel this glass. We have to do that today. Big peel, the one you've all been waiting for. Oh yeah, get those squeaks in there. You gotta do it all slow and sensual. Oh yeah. Look at that beautiful glass. All right, do we have that front panel? Oh, over here. Panel slides on the same way. It's cool, everything's got these little screws on it that fit into the holes and then lock down. But you do have to be a little careful because you can't pick it up from any of those points. And another peel. And this is where we'll end it. Don't let the peel finish. Leave them in suspense. All right, that's it, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure you like and subscribe. Click that bell icon.
And make sure that you tune in 2 weeks where we're going to go over some RAID once we get a couple more hard drives and the BIOS and getting an operating system installed in this rig. Thank you very much. If you like more of this, come into my PC hardware class, CET 1172C. It won't be this machine, but we do a Ryzen 3 in there. Thank you.